どうも、なんかめっちゃ音ボコボコやっちゃった。どうも、ヴェンです。Hello, this is Ven。ルンバさん、一番乗りありがとうございます。昨日寝落ちしたものなんかそんな気がちょっとしてました。今、俺も4時ぐらいまでずっと配信やってたからね。朝の4時だから、まあ寝落ちしててもおかしくはないよねクリさんいらっしゃい。久しぶりです最近どうですか？ツイッターではね、ちょっとだけねなんか面白い会話が繰り広げられてるところはちょっと見てますけど、あまりにそれ以外だと保留はあまりないのでなるほど、ね、流しながらごめんね。なんか俺の配信流しながら寝ていい夢が見れるといいんですそういう念を送っておこうかな。なんかいい夢が見れるように元気ですか？よかったそうね、ツイッターの方でね、ちょっと面白いなってちょっとね、俺も入りたいなって思いながら、でもなんか途中で入ると俺だとペースが変わっちゃうからね、ちょっと見ながら笑ってますあれはクリスさんが悪くないいや、面白い。まあ元のね、投稿がご飯の投稿だったっていうのも面白いですよね。まあ、でも写真がすごく美味しそうな写真ばっかり俺も欲しいってガラスが出てこないことを祈るそう、俺まあ鬼の歯医者さんに行ってきてね、いろいろ短期間でいろいろめちゃくちゃ直してもらってるんですけど、それでね、まあそれがストレスだったのか他の理由なのかは分かりませんけど、行った夜夢見ると口の中にガラスが刺さった夢とか見て痛い痛いよこの夢って思って起きて、なんか大丈夫かなってなって起きるんですけど、まあ大丈夫ですよね、別に夢だったらよかった参加もかもいやでも俺もなんか写真載せちゃってるけどね、たまにご飯の写真サーバー内だと普通にあれはいいんですかそう、ガラスの夢を見てます、たまにね。そんなに多くはないけど、最近ちょっとそれが歯医者さんの後だったからびっくりしましたね。そう、なんか口の中だけじゃなくてね、口の中だけじゃなく体に刺さってるのをなんか抜いていくような夢ばっかりなんですよね。あ、ここにある、取ろうって言ってHello Zero You're telling me to sleep, I just started ねんねちなって言われましたよ。もう早速まだ始めたばっかりやん。もひょ もひょ am I speaking into the mic properly? もひょもひょもひょもひょもひょなんではい。Alright, you can't hear me. Right, because you're watching without sound. How are you, Zero? の人は悪質。それはまあね、お名前とかは言わないけどね。あの方結構美味しそうなお菓子とかも載せてらっしゃって、なんか気になるんですけど、どういう、もしかしたらなんかめちゃくちゃお菓子とかご飯とか好きな方なのかなっていうのもあるけどでも美味しそうだなって、なんかあと説明が美味しそう。Oh yeah, you haven't slept yet? Wait, so and then I saw that you were gonna try streaming. Is that later? Right? Man, I need to learn times like in the UK. I keep forgetting. ルンバさんもツイッター始めたら食べ物だらけになりそう。それはそうでも俺なんかね、人が食べてるものの写真とかすごい好きだからね。なんて言うんだろう、なんかこれいいなって思って、たまにそれのおかげで次何食べようかなとか決めたりするからね。あれは殴られに来てるもんたまになんか、まあ確かにたまにちょっとなんかちらっと見ると、あれなんか何にもないところに煽り系のまあ冗談で煽ってるやつなのでね、別に面白いなって、なんかなんていうんだろう勝手に見させていただいてますIn a couple minutes? Okay. You'll have a more easier schedule eventually, but you're not doing 3D, right? Yeah, you'd have to focus. I'm going to do art in a bit, but I also need to charge my iPad and I forgot that completely, so this is why I am talking and not drawing.だから俺は悪くない霧それは草ですOh, yeah, I guess I didn't realize when the alert comes up that the message is also like right underneath the alert. Maybe I should make the alert bigger? But yeah, thank you, Jackie, for that. Yeah, I know like sometimes it does that where you're already subbed and then it's like, look, you need to share that right now. Like right now, not when you actually subbed, like a different time. Do it now. But hello, Jackie, how are you? なんか、俺もなんか、インスタはね、お絵かきとね、編み物があるんですけどね。毎日なんかご飯食べるたびに写真を撮ってるからね、それはもう全部あげられちゃうんだよね、本当は。だからなんか、ご飯アカウント作ってもいいぐらい。You're doing well, just exploring in the game. Nice. It sounds good. Maybe I should have just set this to just chatting. Should I do that? Because I'm not drawing until later. Maybe I should do that. Also, I just realized my category is in the wrong place. Kyoku数読前回は途中から全然もう反応が遅すぎてね、マルチプレイもできなくなって、最後の一回俺がやって、それでもう終わりにして、その後はずっと雑談でした。You decided to download Danganronpa. Played it a bit earlier. Nice. I haven't ever actually played that series. I've just watched other people play it. You're really enjoying it. There are seiyuu that you can recognize. It's always fun. Nice. Is it voiced or is it kind of like when you... Is it one of those things where it's like... It's kind of like a visual novel game, right? Kind of? Or are there like parts where everyone talks and then it's like voiced over by seiyuu? Oh yeah, I did add a redeem for sleep. And I think I may have added like a limit to head pats. I think. I forgot. Some parts it's voiced, but not. It's a VN, so not everything is voiced. Okay. Oh yeah, speaking of visual novels, I do kind of want to do a run of the Great Ace Attorney. Was that what it's called? Like at some point. Maybe this PC might be able to run it if it's not too heavy. I could also do like the first Ace Attorney games. Those are all fun. I've already played all of the 3. Was it just 3? I haven't played the one where Edgeworth is the main character, and I kind of wanted to, but I never had a chance to. I don't know if those are translated. Although the English translation's kind of funny. And then it would be kind of hard, like, I guess I realized it would have to be either just in English or just in Japanese, and there wouldn't really be, like, a way to change the subtitles to not, like, to be the opposite. Well, not opposite, but different language. There's a character, Fukawa Toko, and when you heard her, you thought her voice Or Seiyu voiced a character from Judge Eyes Judgment? Huh. But instead she voiced one of your favorite Yakuza characters. Nice. Oh yeah! Speaking of like the Yakuza series, I bet there's a lot of really famous Seiyu in that actually. I didn't really think about it. I do realize now that that is a pretty big series, so it makes sense that they would have quite a few voice actors that are relatively more mainstream and well known. And then sometimes there are Seiyu like that I forgot. Well, sometimes there's like Seiyu who do voiceover dubs for like foreign movies. And it's kind of funny because if you know them from like anime first, it sounds like all the, you know, the live action people, the actors are anime characters and not so much like they're you know, people or like humans. It's kind of funny. So いえば日本の映画の、ね、声優面白いなって思うんですけど、例えば英語の映画ありますよね。それの吹き替え版ってまあ必ずあるわけで、吹き替え版ってね、俺あんまりまあ英語分かっちゃうからそんなにわざわざ聞きに吹き替え版を見るとかはあんまりないんですけど、アニメの声優をやってらっしゃる方が多いじゃないですか。だからなんかたまに実写のなんか登場人物みんな人間さんなん超美麗 3D で人間さんだけど声がなんかアニメっぽいからそれはそれで面白いなって。The biggest seiyuu is probably for Shun Akiyama, and when they get big names they model their character after the seiyuu. Like in Yakuza 0 there's 3 main characters that are modeled after their seiyuu, and even minor characters are modeled after their seiyuu as well. Oh yeah, I think I remember seeing like Beat Takeshi in like, is it one of the more newer ones? And then there's like other actors who are in the series, and they're not just like voice actors but TV actors. But 吹き替え版聞いてて面白いのは、まあ逆も面白いんですけど、例えばね、日本のアニメがさ英語になった時の吹き替え版とかもちろんあるわけですけど、英語でなんか日本語で見てるキャラが英語喋ってるのなんか不思議な感覚がある。あとはまあ翻訳の仕方によってはね、キャラも変わってるみたいになるから別人ってなってる。それはそれでまたなんか全然違う平行世界的に見ると楽しい。He was in Yakuza 6, The Song of Life. His character is great. Nice. I think he's a pretty good actor. And also, I really enjoyed his movies. Although I am trying to remember. I just said that and I don't remember the titles of the movies that I like that he's directed. He's like directed a few and then also been like the main character in them. ちょっと覚えてないな。でもなんか映画の監督もできるし、自分で役もできるしってすごいと思う。そうだ、そのキャラ編じゃないけど、俺がね、くーちゃんとかの話するつもりで漫画とか書いてるし、あとはお話とかはね、小説みたいにして出そうかなっていう考えはあるんですけど、毎回思うのは英語にすると絶対なんか別人になっちゃうよな。話し方もね、日本語から英語じゃ結構違うから、そこら辺はもう仕方がないのかなって言いながら、自分も多分日本語で話してる時と英語で話してる時のなんて言うんだろう、話し方のイメージみたいなのがあるかもしれないんですけど、そういうのもなんか全然違うのかなってたまに考えるけど、まあ自分じゃちょっとわからないかな。なんか他の方から見たらどうなんだろう、そういうことを考える。Yeah, I still think about how I'm gonna translate my own manga, and I have a little bit of them. Like, I've translated short episodes, but then I'm also, I still don't feel like they're really good translations because like, how do you translate dialects? And I've probably talked about this a bunch of times before just because it's such a important thing for me. But yeah, how do you take, for example, like if you were to do translations for Yakuza, right? Like how would you translate Kansai Ben to English, And then I remember Jackie, you said that they made them sound like they had like an American Southern dialect or something at some point, and I was like, that doesn't, that's not really an equivalent, you know what I mean? Like it, I guess. And then there's also like in English movies and drama, but like for some reason royalty and all those movies and whatever, they're speaking in like British accent of some sort. 英語の方がテンション高めに見えます。そうですね。あれもあるのかな、日本語のなんか音域が日本語自体のなんか音域とかがあって、それが低い音域っていうか、言葉を発する時の口の形とか、そういう意味じゃなんか日本語の方が低いっていうのは聞いたんですよね。それで英語はもっと高い音だから、まあ低い方を聞きやすいって思ってる方は高いのが聞き取りにくかったり、逆も同じなのかな。そんな感じなんだろうか。 Jackie, you think it was purposed comedically, but you could be wrong. Yeah, I'm still like, how, like, what does it mean when, I mean, I guess maybe like the British thing and then like royalty relations is just the fact that like the UK has a royal family, maybe? And then like, you know, American English, well, you know, there's no like royalty behind that, so maybe that's what it is. I mean, that's just my my uneducated guess. 英語の方がテンション高い。まあ確かになんかあれかな、冗談とかが多いからかもしれない。あと英語って敬語とかないじゃないですか。まあその分なんか会話の距離感が違うのかもしれない。だからなんか自然と、まあ俺の中だとなんか英語で話してる方とか、まあ話しかけてくれてる方とかの言ってることとかの感じはなんかもうちょっと近い雰囲気がある。あとはなんか冗談が冗談でもなんか日本語の冗談と英語の冗談はまたちょっと変わってくるかな。まあまあ中にはね、敬語使わない方もいらっしゃるけど、まあそれでね、あまり敬語なんて言うんだろう、なんか人によっては敬語嫌だっていう方もいるし、逆に敬語じゃないと嫌だっていう方もいると思うんですけど、英語だとね、それないからねまあ一応英語でもちゃんとね、偉そうかどうかみたいな、そういうところはちゃんとあるから別に完全にその距離がないとかじゃないんですけどね。When the two characters from Osaka, or at least near Osaka, speak, they speak without any noticeable accents, and only when they were in Osaka near a theater or whatever they spoke in an American Southern accent. Interesting. You know, maybe I would understand it if I played it myself. Because there's that, you know, there's that difference between like if you were to hear that versus like see the whole thing and then experience it. And I haven't experienced most of those games. I've only seen like one of them. I'm pretty sure it was like in the middle of the story, so I was like, I don't know any of these people except for maybe the main character just because they are an iconic character and that's it. And all I know is my PC my current setup would not be happy with that game probably. Unless maybe like maybe the older ones might run, but I don't really know. If it's having trouble with Sudoku Zenkai, maybe it's like getting a little tired. Kekko かしこまった感じがするからかも。そう、かしこまった。言えてない。なんだろう。かきくけこ。かしこまった感じかな。今 iPad の充電見てるんですけど、つけたまんまで充電って結構時間かかるっぽいので、今一瞬消しましたけど、今度は消したからどこまでどのぐらい充電されてるのかわかんないから、また時間を置いてみないといけない。You'll boot up like a dragon and play that little street conversation they had in both English and Japanese. You can't believe that in June it's going to be 8 months already since you finished like a dragon. I guess I mean, I do remember you playing the game when I was streaming at some point, but I didn't know which number you were on or if you had just finished. Wait, maybe you just finished and you just booted it up just to do little things on it. My iPad is still charging. そうだ、俺の後ろのコメント欄って見えますか？見えますかっていうか、なんか文字とか読めますか？お、クリスさん、おねんねの時間ですか？小さめか。もうちょっと大きくすればよかったんかな。配信流しながらおやすやです。おやべんです。そうだ、携帯から見たら見えないかもしれない。モニターな、小さかったら読めないかな。一応俺の携帯のアプリからはまあ読めるかな。まあちょっとお目目のお目目にもよるかもしれないけど、ありがとうございます、ルマさん。 コメント欄が別にあるからわけわからんことにはならんと思います。確かにスイッチ内だと大丈夫だと思うんですけど、動画ね載せるとしたら YouTube になったら大丈夫かな。これをもう一つ大きくすると、設定かな。設定でできるんだったらやり方覚えたら直せるんですけど、本当はね、この画面に合わせてもうちょっと文字を大きくしてたんですけど、そうするとお絵かきとかゲーム中の配信の画面だとね、コメント欄小さくなるから、なんか一つのコメントしか書かれてない状態になってたから、サイズ感どうしようってねまあ大丈夫なら大丈夫かな。すやー。まあね、iPad をまたちょっと時間を置いてつけてどのぐらい充電できてるか見てみますけど、本当は後ろにね、後ろの緑の絵を終わらせようと思ってそっちの配信をしようと思ってるんで、まあ影だけだからそんなに時間かからないと思うんですけど、これで俺もなんか全身が映ってるなんかなんて言うんだろう、宣伝用じゃないけどそういう絵ができる。アンヨ見るの初めてかもそうアンヨ最初なんか靴にしようかって思ったけど、裸足でいいかって靴履けばよかったのかな。そういえばネット上で愛を見せちゃダメよっていうのはなんかよく聞くんですけど、これはいいのかな。ペン持ってるし家じゃろうしなそう、特にどっかに行くっていう格好じゃないとは思ったんですけど、まあこの間ね誕生日配信に来てて、その間に俺の絵描いてくれた方がいたんですけど、その方のね描いてくれたズボンが可愛いと思ってそれを元に描いてあんな感じのパンツになりましたYeah, I want to finish the green drawing in the back, but I didn't realize my iPad was pretty low on battery, so I'm currently waiting for it to charge. Although I only have to finish the shading, so it shouldn't take that long. But I figured, you know, I would like to talk, so I decided I'm gonna start the stream anyway. Oh yeah, the drawing behind the comments, behind my tail area, that was done by Mika, who is also a Vtuber. I haven't seen them in a bit, so I hope they are doing well. まあなんかアンよセンシティブだとかそういうお話があったから、まあ書いてて別にそういう感じで書いてるわけじゃなかったからいいのかなって思ったんですけど。まああとは同じ格好のまあ今の大きい方の姿、今のこの姿版のやつ書こうか、それかあとはベビー版も書こうかみたいなちょっと考えてます。まだそんなになんかやるかどうかっては決めてないし。Jackie, the street conversation speak Kansai to me is number 68 of 109. What does that mean? Speak Kansai to me. 関西弁どこのたまに見かける何々弁系 Vtuber っていうあれね、関東弁ってないのかなって思ってでも関西弁って読むたびにどこのだろうってなるわし。There are 109 street conversations in the game that the party can have. Oh, okay. Wait, 109 street conversations? Does that mean you... Is that... So, when you are out and about, your characters can interact with each other, and that's like one of the conversations? Hmm. なんか関東弁ってある気がする。誰もあまり言わないのか、俺が聞いたことないのかわからんけど。東北弁とかね、東北弁どこらへんの意外といっぱいあるよっていう訛の話。At certain specific locations like a bar, theater, or whatever. Oh, okay. They're kind of like mini events. 東京弁とか茨城弁とか時々いますね。確かに。茨城弁ってどんなんなんだろう。面白いのかなって言い方がなんか悪いかな。でもなんかたまになんか引っ越しとかすると、まあ場所によってはいろんな訛とか話し方があるわけで、そういうのでなんか映るじゃないけど、なんかね、そういうのがなんていうんだろう、自分の中でもすんなり入ってくるっていう のがなんか脳の仕組みの中にあるそうで、仕方ないおしゃめとかなんか翻訳ちゃんがなんかめっちゃ謝ってるんですけど〇〇してくださいの〇〇指南書やばいんですけど、ちょっと待って、なんか大丈夫かな翻訳ちゃんどうしたWhat's up with my translate but apparently Ibaraki dialect is too much どういうことなの？大丈夫かな？ごめんなさいとか何回言ってるんだろう。4回ごめんなさいと言わないでくださいがなんか何度もくっついてて怖い怖いんじゃないけど、なんだろう、大丈夫かな。どういうことですかあれI know, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, what is going on? お願いだからお願いだからとお願いだからお願いだからと言わないでくださいっていつもの翻訳一体どういうことをどこで学んでくるんだろう。ディープ L Please don't say please 茨城にトラウマがなんだろう。大丈夫かな何のトラウマですかね。一体どうしたまたその顔がポーリッシュになってるしめっちゃウケる翻訳オーランドにはいい思い出があるそうですね。確かになんか何なのかはわかりませんけどやばいち ちょっと待って、違う、なんか違う。なんでちょっと、なんか、お手洗いの話してないんだけどな。しかもなんか、ルンバさんの書いたの、また全然違う意味になってるしね。もう翻訳さん翻訳さんは一体誰に教わってるんだろう。そうそう、むしろこっちがお手洗いのお話になってるのに。そう、ピンさんいらっしゃい。翻訳派翻訳派。そう、さっきね、茨城弁をルンバさんがちょっとだけ書いてたら、なんかなんかすごい、なんかごめんなさいとか書いてるし、なんか大丈夫かな、別帳ないよって言ったらね、お手洗いの話になっちゃうし意味がわからん。あ、でもなんか、なんだっけ、面白い話ですけど一体ルンバさんの上に何があれ、そのお顔は何もないんだ。そのお顔は特に何にも思い出はないのかな。まあわからんけど。I'm so confused. まあいっか。あれ ?P さん、でも P さんそういえば、なんか書けるかも。P さんが、なんかP さん弁を書いたら、英語に翻訳できるんだろうか。書くため引きつってるくらいかなちょっと引きつってるのは草P さんの知ってるなんか鉛あと何でも目が硬いとかって書いたことそういえばルンバさんが前に書いてたけどなんだっけ英語なんか全然考えてなかったからそういうこともあったんだっけなんか変なこと Hello Hello Popper how are you welcome I'm waiting for my iPad to charge, so that's why it is just chatting for now. I was going to try and finish the piece that I'm working on to the green one in the back of myself. The one behind chat, I got fan art from Mika Naruchi, who I believe is currently working on their 2.0 version of themselves, but they are also not around to stream as often, but they are a fun artist also. ちょっと待って。すがなこと言われだってなまってんねっけわからのしって書いたら、ちょっと待って、それはちゃんと書いてあるよ。それはちゃんと読んでるよ。Oh yeah, I do have an auto translator. Yes. Just in case people who only speak one language would like to interact with others in the other languages. Although it does mainly do English to Japanese and Japanese to English. Why are we chottoing? Oh, so we were talking about like dialects in Japanese, and so Rumba-san, who's also in chat, wrote some Ibaraki dialect, and then for some reason Translate bot started saying like I'm sorry, and then like please don't say, and so we're like, wait, what happened? Like, what is that traumatizing the bot or something? So then I asked P-san, who is also in chat, to use their dialect, right? And then apparently the bot knows how to translate what they're saying. So I'm like, wait, what is going on? The bot has PTSD. Oh no. Poor bot. P さんの訛り標準語か。すごいね。あ、まあ、なんかちょっとそこは違ったけど、ワーがワーになってるからちょっと違うけどね。すごいね。そんなこと言われたってなまって、何かわからないみたいななってるのは、まあなんでなんでそれはなまっててわかるのに、茨城弁は急に。大丈夫かな。Jackie, you're grinding levels and money in like a dragon, and when you saw 40,000 XP, you thought, whoa, that's a lot of XP. Then you remembered you need 1,400,000 XP to level up? Okay. That's... that's not... That's like a percentage. That's a small percentage, unfortunately. That makes sense. But yeah, funny. I mean, the bot is kind of fun because, you know, on the... I don't know how many people from like other language areas hang out in other people's channels, but it is nice to have the bot on just because I've had a couple people come in who don't really speak English or Japanese, and then, you know, unfortunately I can't really respond outside of that. Like, I only know, like, the third language I know is like French and not enough, and then like I do know a little bit of Mandarin just because I like tried to study it a little bit, but that's not even enough to cover the whole language. So when that happens, I can't really respond outside of English and Japanese, but it is nice to know what people are saying. And then sometimes, you know, some people who hang out with me know the other languages that I don't know, and then they can respond instead, right? So it's nice. まあね、翻訳ボットさんなんか面白いね。てか P さんの訛りね、なまってるの俺が好きだからさ。俺がね、訛りとかね、方言めっちゃ好きだからさ。聞いてるのも楽しいんだよね。まあ、自分のはあんまりなんかちゃんとした訛りとも言えない気がするけど、人の訛りとか方言は聞いてて楽しい。あとはまあなんかあれかな、そこ全然わかんないけど、 こういう意味かなみたいなの考えるのが楽しい。そう。それはすごいな、その翻訳は。そう、俺 P さんのところのなんだっけ、居酒屋ピーマン。また行けたらお邪魔しようと思ってます。翻訳班大丈夫かな。翻訳班今日はちょっといろいろ面白いことになってるよ。俺が勝手に人の枠を宣伝する。29日の10時からでしたっけ、夜の。リンク先を持ってくるぜ。ピッピリピッピッピー。どこだっけ。待機所のリンク探してます。ピッピリピッピッピー。Man, this is random, but sometimes I see like the art and like, I mean, the bodies, I guess, of other people, and then, you know, they have really talented illustrators as their parents, and then I'm like, I like stare at how they're drawn. I feel like that's like half of my time on Twitter is just like looking at other people and just staring at like in awe of the way that they're drawn. あれどこだっけ？待機所のリンク先ありましたっけ？P さんに貼ってもらわないとわかんないかも。忘れました。そう、P の民。あとね、俺ネズミ姿でね、お邪魔してるんだよね、P さんの居酒屋に。探せ、そこに待機所のリンクを置いてきた。そっか、あっちだ。思い出した、どこにあったか。Oh yeah, so know not everyone uses Twitter, but half of my Twitter is just for following a bunch of artists that I just liked looking their art of. And then ever since I started streaming, well, I think at this point now, it's like more than half is just people that I know who do VTubing. I think it is interesting because there is a difference. Wait, what? And then since it's like two different crowds, but then some of them are like, you know, artists and VTubers, right? So I'm like, what do I do sometimes? So I have a list of just like artists. So I just throw all the artists that I follow into that list so I can just like go through their work. I mean, at least there's like lists on Twitter so you can, you know, have certain people in that list and then you can see them just like as they post and not worry about like whatever top, you know, posts mean or whatever, and then you can go through that. And that's kind of how I do other people's, because like I have friends, and then of course like I have other streamers that I like watching, so I'm like, put them in a list. Put them in a list and leave them there. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. あったあった。Here. ピッピッピッピ。これ。P さんの居酒屋無線放送局5月号のピッピッピッピ。Okay, that's the link to P-san's YouTube channel. And also the specific stream that will happen on the 29th. I'm gonna try and be there. If not, I will be trying to listen in. P さんの居酒屋。まあ、29日ね、他に予定がなければ入れるかな。お邪魔しちゃうよ。でもあれは楽しい。居酒屋 P さんの居酒屋楽しい。前回はね、車のお話聞いてて、そうだそうだ、アセットコルサさやりたい。全然違う話だよね。I just bounced from like, oh, Twitter to P-san's streams, and then like suddenly car racing game. そっか、みょーん。みょーん、ありがとうございます。みょーんってストレッチしないといけないやつ。そう、アセットコルサね、やってる他の方がいてね、それ見ててね、面白そうって思って。別になんかレースとかやってるわけじゃなくて、ただ一緒にドライブでなんかオンラインでマッチングしてドライブするだけっていうのやってて、なんか楽しそうだなって思って。 とは車が結構忠実に再現されてる。お絵かきしてないのにもうすでに眠くなってきちゃったよ。わしどうしよう。なんかねちょっと残念だったんだよね。昨日の数読さ、もうちょっとやりたかったんですけどね。もう少し数読やりたかったけど、なぜかネットだったのかな、ネットの問題なのか、もう PC がヘトヘトになってたのか、両方かもしれないけど、途中から2人でできるプレイがね、なんか接続中ですでもう固まっちゃって何にもできなくて、そのままもうどんどんラグもひどくなっていくからもういいやってなって、それでね昨日雑談配信になってたんですけど、結構思ってたよりねいろんな方がいらしてくれてすごく嬉しかったねまあ、俺は来てくれる方みんな楽しいし俺はラッキーだからね、周りがいい人だらけなんだよなんで喧嘩売るように言うんだろうわしそう、アセットコルサとかさ、あとはなんて言うんだろう、他の車のゲーム、ニードフォースピードは一応持ってるから、そのうちやってみたいなっていうのと、あと知り合いの方がねコックピットを持ってるんだよね、車ね、車のゲーム専用にそれですげえって思って、まあ俺はそんなもん持ってないし、そこまでハマるかどうかはまだちょっとわからないから、多分普通のね、なんかゲーム機のコントローラーかな、ただの。でもハンドルとブレーキのさコントローラーついてるだけでもなんか楽しそうあとはね不思議なゲームプレイする方でね、そういうのを持ってるからこそ、そういうので例えばダークソウルズでやってみたりっていう方もいるから、そういうのもまた楽しいんじゃないかなって思います。ハンコンはいいぞなんでその顔なのどうしてその顔なんですか P さん40分待った。40分待ってね、まあ 90% だったら大丈夫かな。じゃあお絵かきしよっか。香港中毒症状がやばいんじゃないですかそれはでもあれ絶対楽しいよね。なんて言うんだろう、しかも最近のだと反動とかちゃんと忠実にじゃない、まあ忠実にっていうのはまた違うかもしれないけど、なんて言うんだろう、なんかコントローラーって振動するじゃないですか。そうじゃなくて車がぶつかった時に反動があったり、びっくり 本当に運転してるかのようだみたいな感じの重みがあったり、そういうのはそれでなんか体験してみても面白そうだなっていうのはありますね。でもね俺の場合多分ハンドルコントローラーより他の機材集めちゃいたいっていうのが先にあるんだよね。残念だけどもちろん PC でね、もうちょっとツオツオにした方がいいなっていうところがあるから、それからだったらまた考えようかなっては思いますけどね。全然話変わりますけど、新茶おいちいSo, if you live in Japan, so Japan really has a thing for seasonal foods and items. And I think it's just because, there are 4 seasons, and then depending on each season, there's like something that's very much like good to eat or whatever, right? So right now there's a lot of new teas, like new leaf teas, I guess. And then a lot of bottled teas have like new leaf on them because they've like recently harvested tea leaves or something, but they actually taste pretty good. But yeah, that's like around this time period of the year. So that's something to think about if you ever want to visit Japan. You might want to consider like which time period you want to visit, because depending on the seasons, there's like different things that you can eat and do. And what I mean by eat is like, if it's like in the summer, like it's really sweaty. I wouldn't recommend it if you're used to like cool summers or from a really chilly place, but in the summer you get to see like the I guess ancestors festival. So Japan has like kind of like the week of the dead in a way, where we celebrate like the return of the spirits of ancestors. That's in the summer. What else? And then, in the spring you get to see like flowers blooming, and that's like a really big thing. So you get to see cherry blossoms. Of course, there's like a ton of different types of flowers over the years, so it's not like, if you miss with spring, it's not like suddenly there aren't flowers around. It's more just that if you wanted to see like the you know how the petals fall when the wind blows and stuff like that, that would be like around March, April. What else? I mean, that also means if you're allergic to plants, then maybe you would need a lot of allergy medicine. And then if you decide you're gonna go or like visit during the winter or actually autumn, I think autumn's nice, although it kind of depends on the year, but there is a lot of coloration of forests in Japan. Like it goes from green to yellow to deep red, so that's fun. And then, well, depending on where you go, in the winter of course you might see snow, but then you know not every area gets snow, so that's like another thing. And then we have our Christmas and stuff too, which isn't like the religious Christmas that's from overseas. It's more like a commercial holiday, but if you're, you know, if that's something you want to experience, that's fun too. Nanka急に日本で四季があるからその代わりね。そうか。しんちゃんの話からか。しんちゃんの話してさ、あれですよね。しんちゃんといえば、まあ季節とかあるから、今が何が旬かっていうのは結構日本は敏感だから、そういうのによってね、もし日本に遊びに来たい人は、そういうのを考えるといいよっていう話をしてただけなんですけど、新茶から飛んだ。iPad90% ぐらいだったらいいよね、別に。いいよね、別にって人に聞くもんじゃないけど。Okay, so my iPad is at least 90% charged, so that's not too bad. I think I might be able to start working on my drawing. That's the green one in the back. Actually, maybe it's like a good time to take a short break. ちょっと休憩入るので少々お待ちを。Okay, I'm gonna take a really quick break and then I will be back with my art stuff. So I will see you in a bit. Hello, I'm back. 戻りました。よし、これを終わらせるぞ。Okay, I'm gonna try and get this done. I just need to do the shading and then also, I guess, highlighting if I really want to. I may or may not. But I'm in baby form because I noticed that if I'm in my adult form and I look down, it just looks like I'm sleeping. So then, yeah, I didn't notice until I watched a past video and I was like, wait, I just look like I'm sleeping. I don't look like I'm actually working on anything. And it's a little different when I'm a baby, I guess. Maybe because my eyes are the way that they are. この間、大人の姿で絵描いてたんですけど、その時にね、なんか下向いたたびになんか寝てるようにしか見えなかったから、もうお絵かきはベビーのまんまでいいかなって思って戻ってきました。Oh wait, I just realized, Jackie, you found another weird translation thing with the face. Thank you for the head pats.ルンバさんは召されそうですどこにどこに行ってくるんでしょうか。おやすみなさい。親弁です。An earlier message you remember seeing someone say, when you follow those baby Van looks adorable when looking down. Thank you. Yeah, I do remember like that bit. I also thought it would be better than me just, well, in adult form. I mean, it's not like I can't draw while in adult form, it's just that when I do, and then I look down, it just looks like I'm sleeping. You posted a screenshot of how you found out why that gets translated into that. Oh, hello Atlas. Thank you for the glug glug. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you are doing alright. I am good. I am working on this piece of mine. I feel like it's like the first one I've made so far where it's not just me standing but then also has like my whole body in it. So I am on to the shading part. Once I'm done with shading, I think I'll be pretty much done with it. But yeah. Alright. I'm so used to just drawing standing poses, which isn't like... Obviously, I can draw other poses, it's just that I always think of like a standing pose, and then I like drawing clothes. So that's what happens, is like I end up focusing on like what I wanna draw myself in, or what kind of clothes I want. Maybe her future reference or whatever, and then I tend to think like, oh, okay, let me like draw kind of a, you know, a fashion illustration kind of. So this time it has a little bit more movement to it. Oh yeah, I am kind of excited. There might be something that I'll be able to work on that's for someone else. Well, I still have to see what they say and like how it works out and all that, but it would be kind of neat. Because it'll be art for someone else that isn't just like necessarily fan art, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. That might be not the best explanation, but I couldn't think of a better way to describe that. That was weird. It's fine. It's fine, I say to myself. So I might fix my hair highlights because it looks a little messy to me, but you know, that's not too bad. Oh yeah, I do kind of want to see what you posted, Jackie, but I will probably look at it after the stream. It's probably getting to the point where my well, my audience in Japan probably need to get to sleep. I completely forgot. I was gonna do like an Elden Ring stream this month, right? I didn't ever set that up. Maybe I can do it next month. So then there will be 2 Elden Ring streams. I mean, they're just like, you know, past recordings just because I can't really play it as I'm streaming, but you know, I did get. I don't even know how far I am in the game, honestly, and probably not that far. I don't even know if I'm gonna get to finish it even. Especially since there's so many new games that might be coming out soon. I mean, I'm gonna get Sunbreak for Monster Hunter Rise, that's for sure. I am excited for the new versions of, or the, what are they called? The new monsters, but I mean, well, the new monsters and also the ones that are not new, but they are I forgot what they're called in English. I know what they're called in Japanese. Like, they're the same monster but different types because they've been like they're supposed to be from a different area or something. I don't know what else to say, but how do you explain that? I'm excited for that. I think there's gonna be like a different version of Mizutsune or Tamamitsune, and that's kind of fun. I like that monster, but then, you know, I might be biased. Like, I am kinda hoping that maybe there'll be a different version of not just Tamamitsune, but like other monsters from Rise. I actually want to see what they would turn Bishatengo into, or what they would take from Bishaten and change if it was like a different version of the same monster. Your internet doesn't like you today. Usually can handle streams in 480p, but it just won't stop buffering. Oh no! I'm sorry. Well, on the bright side, well, I'm kind of slow with my art, so it's not like you're missing too much, unless, you know, the buffering includes, you know, my talking and stuff. I hope not. There are words in Naktitut that you completely forgot the word for it in English. Yeah, I do that a lot. I do that both in English to Japanese and Japanese to English. Thankfully, the only times that are obvious, like that I have issues with translating words or I can't remember an equivalent word, at least the only time it really becomes relevant is if I'm working on a, you know, a job for translating, but it's not too bad if you're just talking, you know. Yeah, that and also more recently, I think. If you're just talking to people, it's fine to have errors in your speech. It's not a big deal just because if you can get your point across, it's not, you know, that's what's important, right? The only reason why people need to do like proper grammar and all that is just to, I guess, it's more like professional reasons, so. I feel like the only word that I know so far is like kanuiping. Kanuiping. I don't even know if it's like I'm saying it good enough, you know? I'm like, do I sound Japanese when I say it? Oh yeah, also I say also and then it's unrelated. So I got to play this song for my voice trainer because I guess they forgot that I've played my music for them before. I think they're just really busy and they do kind of go, they're like out and about, so they probably forgot over the time. But yeah, I played this for them and they were like, oh, it makes sense that this is originally written for, you know, video games, or that I was inspired to write because I like video game music. So yeah, I was like surprised because I mean, I'm not surprised that they were like, well, some of the chord progressions don't make sense, but I'm also like, yeah, but also I'm not trying to go for, you know, pop songs in this. This isn't even like a song, it's a instrumental. So it's fine. Although it would be nice to, you know, get to the point where I'll be able to actually write songs with or without chord progressions. Like, once I know chord progressions, I'm sure it'll come to me naturally, but then at the same time, that also means I could just be like, oh, okay, this is like the basic chord progression, but then I can just change it up because I want to, right? I don't know, that would be like better, I think, just because then I can work around what's considered, you know, the basics, I guess. You don't have to worry about pronunciations. It's actually better than most non-Inuit. Thank you. I mean, yeah, pronunciations is where I get caught up in. I think it's just like a specific thing that I have. I get really weird. Like, it feels weird to hear the thing and not be able to say it the same way. So, although you did mention how the ones that I was listening to have a different dialect, so it's kind of not the pronunciation that you might hear around you, Jackie. So I don't know. Pronunciations can be hard. Maybe I'll get over them. Maybe I'll get over that fear of being judged for the way that I speak. It's not a bad thing that you say it with the pa kind of p. Pa. Yeah, I don't know how to, like, because you said there's the soft consonants and then the hard consonants. And then I think the way that I heard it on like a recording, it was like I don't know, it was weird. It was like how do you describe it? I don't know how to say it right. It's also hard to describe pronunciations, right? It's easier to just hear it more or less. It's like P. Is that right? P. It's not like P. It's like P. Am I not? I don't even know if that's correct, you know, because that's like one recording that I'm going off of. And then I think, yeah, the way that they pronounced it was with the T at the end and not the N at the end, like Jackie. So yeah, it's a little different. That reminds me, so I know how I think I have like a Japanese English accent sometimes, and then weirdly enough sometimes an English Japanese accent. I don't know how else to describe it, but I do notice that sometimes I'll watch comedians in English and then they'll try to replicate Japanese English and it's always wrong. And I think it's just the way that consonants and vowels are used in Japanese. It's very specific, so like it's a weird saying that an accent is wrong because, you know, it can be anything, honestly, but it is funny when people are like, this is Japanese English, and I'm like, no, it's not really. Not really. They're kind of close. It's a little similar maybe, but not actually. The native First Nations Inuit accent is really funny to you? Not a lot of people have it anymore, but it's always funny hearing it. I don't know. I've never really heard enough to be able to know what you're pointing to, so I may have to see or hear videos or something. Although the only reason why I have like a weird thing with English Japanese that people try to Japanese English that people try to replicate, it's just because it's like my first language, right? So it's kind of funny. Like, yeah, I mean, Japanese is my first language, and then when you speak Japanese as your first language, yeah, I honestly feel like you just need to listen to a Japanese person speaking English. Not me, but someone who learned it way later in their life. Because there's a difference between their accent and then the one that people try to mimic from the other side. Chucky, you follow the JPEN streamer that's learning English, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's quite different from what I've heard with comedians trying to do that accent. I wonder what it is. I'm like, why? You know, it's probably not too hard to find someone with that accent if you really want to, you know, mimic it or whatever, but oh yeah. So with dialects in Japanese, I think it's similar to if you're around people with an accent of any sort. But sometimes I'll be around people that have a dialect that I'm not familiar with, but then if I'm around them for long enough, I'm not trying to, but I just start using like the way that they speak myself. And then I heard that that is like a common thing. And it's something to do, I guess, in your brain that apparently gets fired up whenever you're around like a different pronunciation or something. And I notice, I mean, some people don't have it as much, I think, but I do know people who are like that, where they're not originally from an area, but then they've been around enough people from that area to speak similarly, even if they're not. And then, you know, depending on the people around them, they can be like either, you know, fine with it, or some people do kind of get annoyed with you're not from the area but you're like speaking in their dialect, I guess. But then I'm, you know, I guess I don't really understand. Maybe if it sounds off then I'd understand, but then if it's not like they're trying to purposefully get things wrong, it's a little different, right? So maybe it's just that. But I do notice, like, sometimes when I watch anime and stuff, there's like that one character from like somewhere with like a relatively distinct dialect, and then sometimes I'm able to pick up like what's kind of off, and then I'm like, oh, okay, so maybe this is what, you know, local people notice, and it kind of, you know, pokes at them or makes them feel like they're being prodded just because it's like kind of off. It's okay. I was just talking about how dialects can kind of take over your mind, but then also not really. I don't know. It's about like how sometimes if you were to go to a different area with a different dialect, sometimes you'll pick up the way that people enunciate things or pronounce certain things, and then it makes you sound like you're from that area for a bit. And then I was talking about how there are people who probably don't like that, as if you're like a local and then someone from outside of town starts talking in the same way as you, I guess. I don't know this. I don't know because I don't have this feeling, but I have heard that some people do not very... Some people don't really appreciate that. But then I was trying to explain why maybe it's a thing just because it's like for example, if you watch anime, there are people from, well, most people in anime tend to speak like Hyojingo, which is standardized Japanese. And I guess the closest apparently is Tokyo Ben, so like the dialect in Tokyo area. So then there's always like that one character who's outside of Tokyo or who's from outside, and they have like a pretty obvious accent and dialect. But then depending on if the voice actor knows or has been from there, you know, it can be kind of off. Cause like if you don't grow up with a dialect, right, you don't necessarily know how to say the words in the way that locals would, right? So maybe that's what it is like if you are a local from the area that they're supposed to be from, but then whatever they're saying doesn't like sounds kind of jumbled and off. I guess it can feel a certain way. Maybe that's just like for some people it's more unpleasant than for others. Although I guess the big difference in that specific example I'm talking about is like when you're watching anime, right? People are usually in character, which means like, you know, if that character is from a certain part in Japan, then like the voice actor has to take on that role, right? So then in that sense, if the role is given and then they're kind of their accent isn't necessarily correct, I guess it's kind of weird because it's like you're supposed to be from there, but then you're not really, and it's obvious, and then you're like breaking the suspension of disbelief to some extent. You watched the video that had the exaggerated accent, and when you heard them speak Inuktitut, your brain started thinking in Inuktitut. Oh, the exaggerated native accent, right? Yeah, I know. I have that too sometimes. Actually, a lot of the times. It's not sometimes, it's actually quite often. Well, it's kind of neat because I'm pretty sure like the English speakers who come to my channel also have dialects, or at least have like accents from different areas. But then also the Japanese speakers, I definitely know at least 2 people from different areas of Japan that can speak the dialect. And one of them was like speaking in their dialect, and like apparently DeepL translation knows how to translate that, but then another dialect was like just not working out. So it was kind of interesting. I mean, I don't even know if I was correct in what I read, as I don't know like the dialect that they wrote in. Like, I'm not familiar with it myself, so I was like, I think I get what they're saying, but I also don't. But that was earlier. It might have been an actual cry for help. I think it was like really simple words like don't. Or when someone says, you know, that's too bad in Japanese, but in like Ibaraki accent or dialect, it's like a little different from shikatanai, which is like the standardized Japanese. You looked up Ibaraki and all the articles are in Japanese. I see. I wonder if it's just because it's not really like one of the main areas that people go to travel to. I don't know if it is or not. But I guess maybe it's not. なんだっぺ。なんだっぺ。なんやって何なんだってごじゃっぺ What is ごじゃっぺごじゃっぺごじゃっぺって何 It says mochi cut then dried and baked or fried. Really? Gojappe means nonsense? Oh! Oh, that's kind of neat. Interesting. I think I get it. Iじ焼けるいじ焼けるused to show frustration or anger. Oh, いじ焼ける。I see. I think I get it. I think I get it. Oh yeah, if you I also think if you like the Yakuza series, you could probably look up Osaka Ben. From Wikipedia, it is noted for its distinctive use of the sentence ending particles bit and pit and in a typical intonation pattern that rises in neutral statements and falls in questions. It rises in neutral statements and falls in questions? That's interesting. That's the opposite. Huh. Wait, then. So then if someone's like asking nandappe, it goes down and it's like, then it's not like nandappe, right? I have no idea, but that sounds fun. Although I probably have heard it a little bit, not really around me personally, but it is definitely like used in media sometimes. Oh yeah, here's shading magic. Would I be okay with Yakuza spoilers? It's not a major character ruining kind of spoiler, just a neat little one. Do you think it would affect me playing it at all, or is it kind of just like a side thing? Like, you just said it's not a major character thing. Okay. Well, if it's a side thing, I'll just like. I think I could forget, so you could just throw it at me. The character of Majima Goro has had to live in Sotenbori, Osaka for quite some time due to his circumstances as a yakuza, and so because of that he's adapted the Kansai Ben, but he still doesn't know it and keep it up too well. Oh, so he speaks it, but isn't also like a native? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that how that works? In Yakuza 4, the character of Taiga Saejima even brought it up, saying, Majima-ha, your Kansai Ben is slipping. Interesting. Hey, that's interesting. It's kind of interesting because you said you looked it up and the voice actor is from Kyoto. And Kyoto's Kansai Ben is different because it's like, at least I think, I'm not really good with history, but I believe that is where that kind of dialect kinda comes from. But there's like very specific differences between Osaka and Kyoto's Kansai Ben. So if you like, even if you say Kansai Ben, it's like, where are you from? Because there's words that certain places will use and others won't, so It's okay. I think all I said was that I remember you looking up where the voice actors are from, and Saijima's, no, not Saijima, Majima's, wait, was it Majima's voice actor is originally from Kyoto? So I was talking just about how Kyoto has its own Kansai dialect, so you can't say really like where someone's from if you're saying Kansai Ben, because Osaka and Kyoto are very different. Well, like from an outsider, it probably isn't super noticeable, but there are very much differences in the way that things are pronounced, and also there are specific words that you wouldn't use in Osaka even if you are very close to Kyoto. Okay. Now that was all I was saying. You didn't really miss that much. So. Yeah, and you know, Western Japan, that's pretty big, so it's like, which area? Although I'm pretty sure if you are very knowledgeable about the dialects and where there are differences and stuff, you could probably tell when someone says, oh, like I use Kansai Ben, but then when they start speaking, you might be able to be like, that's like probably somewhere close to this area of Kansai, not necessarily like another area, right? But yeah, it's a little different from just like accents. It's also very distinct words that you would use. Oh yeah, I remember. So I forgot to, I think this came up in another stream. For example, so this is just an example, it's not always true, but for instance, when you say someone isn't coming in, like if you're, you know, making plans and then someone isn't coming, you say konai in standardized Japanese. But then if you're from like the Osaka area, you might say keihen. And then if you're from Kyoto, you might say kihin. And then if you're from Kobe, you might say kohen. And then of course, if you're around the areas, you might use a mix of all of them, because you know, like I said, it's not always like that clear cut. So there you go, 3 ways to say konai in Kansai Ben. I think I'm almost done. I think at least the shading part. I just need to add a little bit more highlighting, I think. brother is ani. Are there words for big brother and little brother, or is it just brother? I was just wondering. There might be. Okay. That's interesting because I mean English you just add a big or little, right? But then there isn't specific words for big or small brother. Same with sister. It's like big sibling, little sibling. But then again, I guess it's the same with hot water. There isn't a specific word for hot water in English. It's just you add hot to water. But then Japanese, you say oyu for hot water. And then omizu for just water, usually cold. I'm just working on color stuff, so I don't know if this is good. I could do orange. I could just go with the green that I just had originally. I could go with like a blue, which is also nice looking, I guess. And it's like purpley. But then I guess the purple kind of makes my jacket blend in a little too much, maybe. This is what it is now. Although maybe this is nice. Like this kind of blue. I tried to look up more phrases of Inuktitut, and some of them had the way to pronounce them, but they were in a different dialect, right? Ah, I see. Yeah, that's the hard part, right? Oh, well, like, I think because you're here with, your knowledge, and without it, I wouldn't even know, right? Because I'm like a complete outsider to Inuit language, but like, yeah, the first one that came up for me when I was searching how to pronounce the words, yeah, I think I linked it in one of the channels, and then I was like, this is where I got the pronunciations, but then it was like, oh yeah, that's a specific dialect, and I guess they didn't really bother writing that in their videos anyway. I think it was just generally like a please teach the language to some extent kind of video, so that people will know enough to be able to say certain words. But then yeah, it didn't say like which region or which people use that specific pronunciation and words and phrases, so I wouldn't know. I was like, this is neat, but also I don't know anything, and I'm just kind of repeating what they're saying, and I hope it makes sense. Which is probably why, then, there is something called standard Japanese, and it's probably just so that when people learn Japanese, people aren't, confused by the fact that there's so many different dialects. Is there a standardized version of Inuktitut? You didn't even know about different dialects? Okay, I'm gonna try to read that, and I don't think it's gonna be correct. Kamanitua Minuit. I remembered that the AQ becomes like an R. Yay! Wait, that's right? Am I getting that wrong? Or is it different? Wait, I forgot. I'm confused. I don't think I said it correctly, but I was trying. And it's probably really off. There might be a standardized version. Your language really likes the soft consonants. The T isn't so, for lack of a better word, pronounced. Oh. See, this is why I'm always kind of like, obviously I don't know anything about how languages are created, but at the same time it must be really interesting, because some languages you're like, how do humans pronounce this specific word, like. And then I think about that, but with Japanese I'm like, would it be difficult to come up with Japanese, considering Japanese is like consonant vowels and there's only like a, I, u, e, o, and then like you just add like whatever consonant in the front of that, right? But then other languages you're like, there's like an R that you're not supposed to pronounce, there's like T's, and then there's like a sh, but then it's not a sh, it's like a different sh, and then you're like it's funny. Like even English I feel like is a lot of l and r's. How did people come up with that? And also, like, how is it not hard? How was it not hard to pronounce in the beginning? You know what I mean? The number 2? You don't say the T's like that, it's soft. I don't even know how to make the mouth for that. There's a town, its name has been bastardized by non-Inuit so much that you don't know how to pronounce it properly. Interesting. Oh yeah, there's one word that I know, like in English it's become pretty common to use now, but it's funny that karaoke, the way that people pronounce karaoke is always interesting to me because it comes from karaokestora, and kara means open or empty, and then orchestra is just orchestra, right? So originally to karaoke is to karaokestra, but then, you know, if you write it, I mean, a lot of Japanese words, it's like consonant vowels and you just write it the way that it's pronounced, I feel like. Well, except for like R's and L's, because Japanese is kind of like in between that. Raririro is kind of in between that, right? So it's hard, but then I know when people read it, I hear like karaoke, yeah, and I'm like, wait, how did you add so many vowels? It's just funny to me. All Zero, thank you for being first, and thank you for watching ads, and oh right, meditate. I need to also stretch, and then I need head pats. Okay, here's head pats. I think I'm done with this. I think this is good enough, right? Does it look fancy? Yeah, I mean, I understand that the original words probably, like, I don't really know how many people know that karaoke is the way that it is because of the original term that's been shortened. But yeah, that is always funny to me. Okay, stretch time. I'm done. I have a thing that's kind of like a key visual, I guess. Now I can post this places and be like, look, it's me. Okay, I am stretching my little neck and my shoulders that you cannot see at the moment. It's always funny to hear Jackie after the fact when your brain stops working for 20 seconds. You're playing Dynamite 2. You've been trying to grapple a propane tank, but it's been too low for it to be automatically caught. And so you can pick it up by pressing X if he's too low to be automatically caught, but your brain refused to acknowledge that you can pick it up. I think I've done that before. I get that way a lot more often if I'm playing one game and then I do another game and then the controls are different and then I have to readjust And then sometimes I'm pressing the buttons and I'm like, wait, why isn't anything happening? And then I realize that it's a different game. I have that issue, like, if I'm playing Risk of Rain 2, but then I go back to the Switch to play Monster Hunter Rise. I'm like, wait, what are buttons? Which buttons do I use for what? Can I have like a little pop-up that tells me again? Okay, what did I do? I did Myong, right? I did Nade Nade is right here on my head. I didn't do Gog Gog yet. Okay. Okay, let's do 1 minute of meditating. And then I'm pretty much done, so... Why am I not catching it? Press X to catch. Why am I not catching it? Yeah. I think... Playing Elden Ring and then playing any of the other From Software series, it must be really funny. It's just like, wait, you can jump in Elden Ring, but you can't do that anywhere else, right? So I did that. I was like, why can't I jump? Because you can't. There is no jump. That button doesn't do anything. Okay, meditation mustache. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute of... You can meditate with me. That means you can think and reflect on things for a minute, or you could just do like a breathing exercise for a minute. Even when you finally sink in that you can manually catch it, your brain just doesn't press X. Oh, hello! Hello, Merengue. Hello. How have you been? I'm about to do a meditation. A minute of meditating, so if you'd like to join, that is where we are at. I'm also done with this drawing that is next to me, so yeah, that's where I'm at. Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're fine. It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. It's just if people are around and they would like to take a minute. Have I found any enlightenment? Meditation mustache. So I started meditating because I wasn't able to sleep, and it was all because my thoughts were just all jumbled, and it was really difficult for me to let go of everything and not be worried about what I'm thinking about. Yeah, Jackie, itterashai. I hope your food is good. I am probably gonna wrap things up after this meditation because it is almost 2 a.m. here. So this mustache and the boba tea are assets that are in Vtube Studio, so one day maybe I will make my version of and then I will be like, maybe I'll have like a moving mustache. I kind of want one. I kind of want like a mustache that has physics. You mustache you question. Oh yeah, I'm fine. It's like a while ago. This is not more recently. I'm pretty okay with all my thoughts more recently. It was just like there was a big change in the way that my brain works. I don't really know how else to explain it. It was just very jarring for me, and then it felt like I didn't have control over anything that I'm thinking about. So I got really scared, and then I wasn't able to like calm down enough to sleep properly. So then I basically had to kind of learn to, you know, let thoughts pass by. Because thoughts are thoughts, and they're not like, you know, it's different if you're working and acting on your thoughts, but it's like, even if you think weird things, it's not like they can hurt you, right? So, oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll be here when you're back, but if not, thank you for hanging with me, Jackie. And I will see you soon. And Bot is like being funny. Gil, you've always seen me as super calm. You know, honestly, I think I am a lot calmer than when I used, like, when that happened to me. And it has kind of helped with just not panicking, if that makes sense. Like, I used to be really worried about the smallest things in day-to-day routines. Not even because they were, you know, things that I really needed to worry about. More just that I had built up a habit of thinking that things aren't gonna go well for me. And then that didn't really help, but then thankfully there are lots of books that people have written, and there's tons of videos, well, nowadays, right? And then online there are people around who have probably similar or not that completely different experiences to share about how they deal with stress and stuff. So I did that. I did a lot of research, and then I kind of got over most of it. So I'm hoping that's what you are seeing, Marangil. Maybe that is the side of me that is hopefully showing. But yeah, 1 minute, guys. But yeah, that doesn't mean like I don't have days where I'm sad. I definitely get sad sometimes, or I do worry sometimes about small things that I'm not, like, even I get surprised by whatever I think about. Sometimes I'm like, wait, how did that even come across my mind, you know? And then I have to stop, and then sometimes I get stuck on that for a bit, but then usually I try to take away my focus on that by doing other things that I enjoy. And I think that's kind of how it is, because even if something happens that I'm really upset by, I can usually just kind of focus on something more fun, because being upset is not fun. Yes, thank you. Okay, let's do the meditation. Well, thank you, Marangil. I appreciate your comment. I hope to get better at it. I hope it'll keep going. Okay, I'm about to start. Ready? Go. Okay, that was a minute. I just did like a breathing thing where I'm just focused on my breathing and not really thinking too hard about anything else. That's kind of like a good way to get into meditation if it's difficult to get into. Jackie. I like how the original message that you just left seems pretty simple and cute, and it's just all it is saying is see you later, and then my translate bot deep translation. It's funny. I hope this is nice. I like doing this thing where I just like take away the shadow for a bit just to see what it looks like with it without it. It's so different. Rangil, you remember some people would tell you to focus on that question, what am I, when meditating? What you haven't done for so long? Oh yeah, that's probably something that some people probably have a better grasp on. Yeah, there's that way too, where you like focus on a specific topic. I think that's pretty good too. Although I think with me, when I start thinking about something really specific, I can get a little bit too into that thought, and then it won't be really meditating, but it'll just be like a thought moment. Yeah, they would also tell you to sit and observe the thoughts and let them go. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's kind of more like reflective meditation than and not so much like you're focusing on one spot. I think some people recommend focusing on like one part of your brain. I don't know, not brain, but like a body or like the movement of your chest or whatever if you breathe. Yeah, it's nice. It is pretty nice just having peace with your thoughts. I mean, I think I could always use more practice, and I'm definitely trying to do that every day, although it's kind of partly that I need to meditate in order to get to sleep, but it is nice to know like that you can just let go of your thoughts. Focusing on your body does help, you think? And what works best with you is to focus on your hearing. Oh yeah, that's good too. Yeah, and some people, I think music can help meditate for some people. And then for me, sometimes that works too. Like if I try to meditate and I'm getting distracted, sometimes I'll listen to sounds in nature. So it's not necessarily music, because if it's music, I start following the melody too much and then I get caught up in that. So if it's like the sound of rain, it just kind of breaks that up for me. Yeah, I actually think there are a lot of people who probably feel more calm listening to water sounds. And there are lots of YouTube channels and other things that play like live rain sounds, and those are really nice. Oh no, Jackie, the Polish didn't work that time. Oh yeah. Gil, how about these meditative soundtracks around online? Yeah, actually those do. Those probably would help. I just don't really seek them out as often, I think. Yeah, and then a lot of the times when I do meditate, I'm not listening to anything, so it's more like I think I kind of focus on whatever's going on in my head, and then I just go, oh, well, there's some weird image that just popped up from nowhere, and then I just kind of go, oh, that's kind of interesting. Sometimes it's scary. It's just because you're not consciously thinking doesn't mean your brain isn't working, so that's what I get when I don't really focus on anything, is if I'm closing my eyes, especially, I just see like a bunch of patterns that don't make sense, and then sometimes those turn into faces and odd shapes. And then I also think like, oh, that's a weird face. And then I just kind of let that go too, and then eventually I'm asleep. Although maybe I've never really had a problem sleeping other than that couple months last year, honestly. It did definitely help to read some books about intrusive thoughts and then how you can just let them go because thoughts change, and the reason why you think they stick around is because you're more focused on them, right? And that's like something that you have control over to an extent. Yeah, intrusive thoughts. That's how it felt for me. So then I read books on that, and what I learned from a lot of them was just like, it's a thought, it's okay. You can have weird thoughts, you can have thoughts that seem very unlike you, I guess. But those are just thoughts. They're not gonna take over your life. A good technique is to look at the thought and to wait a bit before reacting, but it's hard, you think? Yeah, that's true. Oh, one of the books I also read, it said that sometimes your body reacts faster than you consciously might. So like maybe you have like a really scary thought, right? And then that makes your body feel a certain way. So then you think about that and you get really scared, but then you may hold on to that fear, and that might like reinforce that thought. But yeah, most of the time you can teach yourself to not react as much, if that makes sense. Like it's something you do have to work on over time. Jackie, it's always really nice listening to my streams. Thank you. I go on rambles. I do like talking about what's it called? Like ways to I was thinking coping mechanisms, and I'm like, that's not the same thing. Because coping mechanism is kind of like some action you take in order to deal with something, but I like talking more about how to overcome that, like to get to the point where you're not dealing with it, but you're just living with it, and it's like, okay. Am I making sense? It's 2 a.m. Am I making sense? Yeah, that's kind of some stuff I had to teach myself, but I'm really grateful that there were books around me, there were people to talk to about this. And I had also taken psychology classes before, so I remembered some of the things that they taught me. I also got a bunch of, workbooks, and then read a ton of, little things from different people. It's so late, maybe I should sleep. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I am really glad. And it the same things that I learned did also help with my depression to some extent. Because I stopped worrying so much, so then I wouldn't put myself in a state of just constantly fearing the worst and then being like really sad about it. Okay, I know I should go to sleep. Zero, what? What happened? You shouldn't have left your room. Yeah, thank you, Marangil. Thank you for listening to me ramble. Zero, you sat down for a couple minutes with your nephew and you instantly started getting sleepy. Oh no! Almost fell asleep on the sofa. Right, because you haven't slept properly yet. Marangil, your ways are pretty different. When you feel too bad, you just go talk to a friend and they always manage to calm you down. That's a good way to, if it's helping you and it's working for you, then it's a good way to, work with yourself, I think. I think in my case, I didn't really have too many people around that I could talk to. Like I did have some people, but they were pretty far away and they weren't really always that close by to be able to talk to. So I did a lot more of the I did more of just like sitting around and reading books. But yeah, I also talk to people sometimes, just especially if it's something that I've never experienced before or I have no experience in, and I know someone might. I talk to them about what I'm going through or how I feel about something, and then getting like a second person to explain themselves definitely, it's good insight for me, so I do that. Zero came back upstairs to your room and now you're ready for work. Right. A nap can help with. Yeah, that's true. Marangil, thank you. You unload everything that's on your heart and you can take a step back and calm down and think more rationally. Oh yeah, that's true. And friends also provide nice advice. That is also true. Yeah, it's always nice when like you have friends or someone, you know, you don't have to, you know, label them anything, but if there's someone around you who is willing to just listen, even if you have a ton of stuff that isn't necessarily always the best or whatever, and then they can just listen. So if I want to unload everything on my heart, you can listen. Thank you. Yeah, I think yesterday I had a stream and I did talk about this a little bit, but I recently realized what it means for me to be a nice person. Where I don't know about me being one, but like I wanted to know what it meant when I was told to be careful around nice people, and it was interesting. And so my experience was something like talking to someone and they were really kind in the words that they chose around me, but then if we were in a conversation and it was like, if it wasn't going, you know, conversations are two-way streets, right? It's like you have your own thoughts and then the other person has their thoughts, so you can't just force your thoughts on someone else. You know, you can explain what you're thinking to them, but you can't just expect them to, you know, change their mind about everything according to yourself, right? Are nice people dangerous? So in my case, what I thought was nice about this person was that they were very, very outwardly like complimenting and very cheerful in that sense, and like, you know, they said very nice things about like me, and you know, gave me a lot of supporting input, I guess. Jackie, you have two of the best friends ever that always listen to you when you want to get your anger or sadness out. That is nice. That is definitely nice. Okay, so here's the difference between like just saying nice things versus like what I was gonna go for. So okay, so outwardly, yes, this person was nice and you know, their words are nice, but then at one point we get to like not really an argument, but more like a difference in values and opinions, I guess. But so I was trying to be very open about how I feel and what I'm thinking at the moment, and I think they were also doing that with me, but then I think I said something they didn't necessarily like to hear, and then suddenly it kind of sounded like they just didn't really want to hear my side of things. Like, so it was almost like the nice came with like what is the right word for this? It just kind of got to this weird point where like all the nice things they were saying didn't seem like they were really wholehearted. And then I was trying to be like, okay, this is my, feelings about this, and, I was trying to respect their space and then my space as well, but then it almost seemed like they weren't really interested in that part, so then the conversation kind of turned really awkward. And then you know how like you can change your mind about things, like just because something seemed okay in the beginning doesn't mean like they always continue to be the case. And I mean, this person I'm talking about, I don't really know them like that much. I just know some things about them, and we get along to an extent with like the way the things that we talk about, and like I guess hobbies, I guess. But then it was weird being told that like I should be trusting their feelings, and then like I'm like, it's not really about trust though, because I'm like trying to explain my position. And also I don't really know how to like say this, but you don't tell someone to trust you, right? Like people, that's on the other person to, well, my opinion, right? This is my opinion, so it might not be the same for other people, but like you don't just be like, oh, you need to trust me, right? Like, isn't that kind of like something built over time? Sorry, I completely missed a lot of stuff that you guys were chatting about. Yeah, the person didn't connect with me, so I couldn't trust them. I guess that's one way to put it. I think like it was weird that they kind of turned to like it wasn't even like a argument. It was just that like we didn't agree, right? Like I wasn't like trying to start going against them or say anything bad about them, and I didn't think anything bad about them. It was just strange that suddenly it became like a trust thing, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what to say, just because I just didn't feel like there was any trust built to that point yet. And at least this is my opinion. I don't really know about them. I guess maybe they just expected me to trust them. It was just very strange. Yeah, it was like kind of like they're speed running. It's weird. At least, but yeah, that's my interesting moment of what a nice person might be. I don't really know. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I didn't think they were like bad, like I still don't think they're bad. I was just like, in that sense, maybe our values are just different. And it was just kind of like I think I kind of felt bad being there with them, like, and I was like, why am I feeling bad? Because I'm just This is just how I feel about this, you know? Oh yeah, that too. Like, I didn't feel... I didn't feel good about it. It was weird. But yeah, that's fine. Like, I don't see... You know, I'm pretty sure they would get along with someone else way more than me. You know when you meet someone and then you get to know them, like, enough that maybe you're not necessarily the right person for them in like any capacity. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like some people are not on the same wavelength as you. Yeah, I don't have to force myself to do anything. Yeah, you can't, like, I don't expect to be friends with everyone and stuff. Yeah, I think, you know, part of it might just be that I'm, like, relatively speaking, I honestly don't know. I've just heard people tell me that I'm a very open person, like, in terms of the things I talk about. And I'm like, I don't, you know, it's hard to see myself from, like, outside, because that's just how I've been, I guess. But then maybe that has to do with it. Gil, you got friends with the streamer a few months ago, but you weren't on the same wavelength at all. And you pushed on and you made friends anyhow. I mean, that's like possible. Like, you can definitely be friends with someone who's not really on your wavelength, you know, per se. Oh, so an actual, like, on the same topic, so I talked to a friend recently and they said they've had like an interesting relationship with someone, and it's that in the beginning they were kind of like friends, but then they were like, to some extent they were kind of trying too hard to be friends. But then, I guess, at one point they just kind of became pretty blunt and honest about how they don't really work out well together. And then what happened over time was that was actually like a good way for them to be friends, because they got to understand each other in that way. So they were like, they don't have to force the other person or like themselves to feel like a certain way with them, if that makes sense. You think I'm very open but maybe introverted? Yeah, that is true. I am relatively introverted, although I have been a little bit outgoing more recently, just because I did say I was a little depressed before, but, well, you know, when you're depressed you don't really feel like doing anything, right? So I used to be just like completely fine being at home not doing much, but more recently I think I just kind of broke that shell to an extent, and then now I'm just like, I want to go here and there, but also, you know, it's not like I suddenly don't want to be at home either, right? So I'm pretty happy at home, but I also like going out once in a while to somewhere new that I've never been to before. you feel that I'm kind of pushing myself to go out. You know, that might be true, because I think I also started thinking this way, but I feel like, well, it doesn't have to be that you go out, right? But if you don't start doing something, nothing will happen. And that's kind of why I started streaming. Although most of my streaming motivation came from just wanting to draw online and be like, you know, find people who might have the same interests and get to know them and all that. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, I was like, I heard that from my friend about their, you know, their friend that they don't really even feel like they're on the same wavelength, but in a weird way they've become really close because of that. And I'm like, that's kind of a cool relationship to have. Although I know they said that, like, accepting is the hard part, because like the first part is like, you know, you would want a relationship that just kind of goes smoothly, but then in their case, I guess it was like that was a big challenge, and then right afterwards it was pretty hard. Also, you can live the life you want to live if you want to just take some effort to make these steps. Yeah. Yeah, it's great they're honest towards each other, yeah. I mean, I think that might be like one way where people with completely opposite ideals come together and are able to just chill with each other and not be upset that they're together. That relation feels very fake if you don't go deep in your opinion. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is like there was like a breaking point in that example where both of them kind of had to realize that, but then once they did and they were okay with it and they still wanted to hang out, they kind of went beyond that. Gil, you've been playing Arc Knights lately, and you're a big fan of Blemishine and Neural. I actually don't know what anything in the game, so I'm sorry. They have a family motto which actually changed your life. Fear neither hardship nor darkness. Oh, that's a good motto actually. Yeah, I like that motto. Oh, one of the things I'm really proud of myself for is that anything that I used to consider like a challenge for myself, like even if it turns out not as great as I had hoped, I can like reflect on it and think of a way that it made me grow in some way, and I'm like, so then if I fail, I just fail. And I'm like, wait, but I learned something from it. When you think of it, there are many times when you don't do what you want to do because of hardship and darkness, because you're scared of difficulty or of dark times. Yes. That was me. That was me way before streaming. That was me worrying first and foremost about what ifs all the time. I'd be like, what if I go out and something bad happens? What if, you know, I can't finish this project that I want to do? What if I'm not good enough for whatever job or work? A nice way to take a failure is to see what good it brought to you. Yeah. Well, so that's why, you know, I kind of glad I met someone that I guess, or the you know, I learned about what I think it means to be a nice person from that experience. And then I think it kind of makes me feel a little different about like other relationships that I've had, or I have still. It's kind of nice. But these what ifs are illusions. You just have to ask yourself, is it something you really want to do? Is it right for you? Are you only held back by hardship and darkness? Yeah. And if you answer yes to these, go for that thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. And then more recently, I think maybe because of my mindset changing and all that, or you know, me trying to change my mindset at least, I think it's been helping because the people that show up in my life have been kind of challenging themselves to do better. And then, you know, it's nice because then you can you know, talk about challenges, but then it's not like you're worried about failure anymore. It's like, you know, go do the thing, because if you don't do the thing, you can't even fail, right? And then if you can't even fail, you can't even get close to success. Maybe you'll succeed even before you fail. Yeah. That's been great. Yeah, and I think it like kind of ties into how my self-worth has gotten better, because, you know, well, my mindset before was that, you know, oh, I made a mistake, I'm a failure, I'm not worth anything, or that I would do something but then I would expect myself to do bad even if I didn't actually. So I was like, you know, I'm not worth anything, blah blah blah, right? That was kind of how I was. And more recently, I'm just like, yay, I did a new thing, and then I can write it down. Oh yeah, and one of the self-worth things that I do is I write down something that went well in my day. Like, even if it's just like I had really good food, I just write it down. Jackie, this is related in a way. There's a saying that a great hockey player has said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't make. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good saying too. Yeah, that is a really good point. If you don't do it, you won't even know if you could have succeeded. Yeah, and I'm really thankful that I do have a lot of people, especially more so in my life. Like, I mean, me going out means I'm gonna meet more people, right? And that's something I just didn't do because I didn't feel like I was good enough for anything at one point. So, you know, and then I'm also glad that when I have been going out and meeting people, like, for the most part, all of them are very positive. They're very kind. And, you know, they usually let me know that they believe in, you know, a fun future for me, or that I probably will be able to do and get things done in a way that would be fun. And then they're like pretty supportive. It's a good thing that I have good people in my surroundings. Yes. And I actually think I think about that even with people who just kind of come by and then go away, like, cuz, you know, not everyone's gonna be on the same wavelength, right? But that doesn't mean you don't learn anything from them. And even if it's like a temporary relationship in any capacity, you might learn something. But yeah. That's how I've been feeling. Yeah, thank you, Maringo. People are here now, so it's pointless to think of what's going on after. Yeah, and yeah, I'd like that I can share time with people. And like, honestly, starting from 0 viewers to having people, like, even, you know, someone who's like only around for like a few minutes, or even like a second, maybe they just came in and just like peeked for a bit and decided this isn't for them. That's still like, what is it? That is still a shot that was given. But yeah, that's me. It's good to enjoy life as it is now. Yes. It feels very ephemeral, but it's the whole thing with streaming. Yeah. I guess, you know, there is a bit of myself that if I start thinking about it, I get worried. Like, you know, of course you can't please everyone, so that's just how it is, right? But then not streaming means I miss the people who want to hang out with me. Jackie, you always worry about going into a stream for a few minutes then heading out. So it's good to know there are people like me. Oh. Thank you. yeah, that few minutes. I mean, well, you know, Jackie, you gave me your few minutes and you've been like you've become one of my regulars, you know. But then that wouldn't have happened if I wasn't streaming and then you weren't really like, you know, going into anything, right? And Gil, you always come and go in a stealthy way, except in your favorite streamers chat where people would notice you. Yeah. I think I kind of do the same thing. I mean, you know, most streamers are like have a bigger what is it? A bigger audience in chat who are already talking. So then I'm like, I just kind of lurk. Well, partly because I don't really know that group of people, but also like I don't want to just break up conversations if there's something going on. I mean, I guess that's just me. I don't think there's really something you have to worry about. It's just that I feel more comfortable watching someone if their chat seems like it's pretty packed. And then, you know, I also know some people who come to my streams would rather, you know, lurk. And I understand. So that is why I don't try to like yeah, I know some people would rather get people to comment in chat, but I'm like, you know, if you're forcing yourself to chat, it's not really a great time, you know what I mean? Alright, Gil, you don't care about how packed it is, you just care about the streamers. Oh, okay. If you get along with them, you'll stay. Ah, I see, I see. You're not forcing yourself at all. Nice. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's true. I mean, first and foremost, you're probably going there for the streamer. Erngil streaming friend said you're the perfect viewer. 実験体のフォーカさん、フォローありがとうございます。150名目ですかね。ありがとうございます。今ずっと英語でお話ししてるけどいいのかな。無理にチャットしなくても大丈夫ですよ。150名ありがとうございます。I believe that was 150 followers. Thank you for the follow. Aaron Gale, don't know if that's true, but you are here just to chat and maybe watch something together. You see streams as the modern online version of bars. Yeah, it's kind of like that, isn't it? Yeah. Like you're going into... yeah, like a lounge or something where there's like other people and then there's like a host. Some people see them more like TV shows. Yeah, it's kind of similar to that too, where it's like you're thinking and then you talk and then although I guess the difference is you get to be a part of the show. Yeah, you get to be the interactive part. Yeah. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, honestly, I haven't really been watching a lot of TV. I just go to streams. So I'm like, oh yeah, TV shows. I don't know any. Oh yeah, I guess for very big streamers, you aren't really like part of the show, right? Unless you're paying lots, which is I guess you're, you know, it depends on if you're okay with that. You're okay with that, and it's like a different experience. You don't watch TV at all, Maringilia. Jackie, talk of a bar reminded you that Like a Dragon has both English and Japanese Big Boss voicing characters. Oh, big. Okay, Marigil, thank you for hanging out with me. I'm glad you stopped by because I hadn't seen you in a while. But I hope you are having a good day or night or wherever your time zone is, and I hope to see you again soon. No worries. Yes, I will go to sleep. It is almost 3 a.m. so I gotta start getting ready. But yes, thank you, and I will talk to you soon, Merngill. Jackie, Solid Snake, Big Boss, both JP&E and voice actors played characters in Like a Dragon. Oh, okay. That's what you were talking about. Fouka-san, 僕も英語だけで配信でできるようになりたいのでいろんな配信見てもらってるんです。あ、なるほどね。なるほどです。フォローありがとうございます。俺の配信参考になるんだったらいつでもいらっしゃってください。まあ、結構この時間になってくると日本の方は聞いてる聞く線と見る線とおねんねの方が多いので、そう、英語圏の方とね、英語でずっとお話ししてます。Aaron Gill, if I want to talk, you're always here to listen. Even if you guys want to add me. Oh, okay. Wait, are you okay with that being on video? That's true, and you can always block people. I'm just letting you know. I don't as long as it's like something you're comfortable with. I mean, you know, and let me know if you want me to edit it out, just because I do post my archived videos on YouTube, because I may forget if you don't let me know. But yeah. Okay. But yes, thank you for that, Renko. You'd have surprised. It'd be funny, okay. Do your that word get edited out? No. No. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's that much of a problem. It's just on screen. Cause you know, if I post it on YouTube, it just like there isn't really like a live chat. It's just what's on the video. So I mean, it depends. Like if someone's really feeling strongly about it and then like they let me know in comments or whatever or something like that, I'd probably think about it. Okay. Rinkel, bye bye. Although honestly, I guess Jackie last stream was a little naughty just because translate bot, not really because what you said. So I don't know, does that count? Although I guess, I mean, Twitch chat didn't ban you, but you know. I mean, my mods don't really... I think my mods, I did make sure that you are a regular according to my mods, so I don't think there's, like, really a problem. As I say it, you did it again. I'm not reading that. 翻訳ボットさん Oh yeah, so I do need to get going. It is past 3 a.m. It was instinctual, really. Don't look, guys. Don't look at the comments. Don't read it. Your jello brain turned off and made you say it. Well then, hopefully one day you will get the funny number. Well, at least they're not banning like ara ara or oya oya or whatever. Yeah, for a second I was like, maybe? Nope, no funny number, unfortunately. Been in the 90s for something, some reason. It's been in the 90s recently, hasn't. But yeah, I did get Nenetsuna like a couple of times for sleepy, so I should probably get going. But yeah, thank you for coming to watch me draw and chat and all that. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you. You were in the middle of taking your socks off, and when I said funny number, you almost stubbed your toe by reaching your phone. I'm sorry. Funny number. Yeah, I see that funny number too often now. But yeah, I gotta go. Anyway, thank you for watching all the way through, especially everyone here who's watching now, of course, and then if you are, I mean, the live stream, if you chatted with me, thank you. Let me try to remember everyone who chatted with me today, because that's gonna be a thing today. Zero, thank you. Merengil, thank you. Jackie, thank you. Atlas, thank you. I think that's it in English, right? Okay. I hope I am right. But yes, thank you guys for chatting with me. Thank you if you were just watching. I hope you have a good day or night in whatever time zone you are in. And I hope if you are watching this as a video, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I hope to see you all in another stream or video. Oh yeah, and if you're sticking around for a raid, my raid message is you've been raided. You can use an emote if you'd like, and if you are a subscriber, you can use those. You don't have to. Anyway, that's that. それでは、お絵かきと雑談見に来てくださってありがとうございます。最後までご視聴ありがとうございます。あと、ミルセンの方もチャットしてくださった方もThe raid message is not that Oh, I'm glad bot did not take that message and translate it. I'm glad that it did not this time. Okay. チャットされた方、ルンバさんありがとうございます。P さんありがとうございます。あと、フォーカさんありがとうございます。フォローもありがとうございます。言えてない。ありがとうございます。はい。あとはアーカイブビデオとして見てくださってる方、ありがとうございます。次の配信か動画でお会いしましょう。レイド一緒になさってくれる方はメッセージ今書くので、それをコピペして使ってください。そうじゃなかったらごきげんよう、ウェンでした。I'm so confused right now. I'm sleepy. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start the raid actually, unless there are suggestions, but I will be going in a bit. Right. Every time. I'm typing it out, I'm slow. There's my raid message. Your friend taught you Spanish profanities, but you won't say them. Okay, anyway, I will see you guys later. Yeah. Good night. If you're sleeping, good night. If you're having, you know, if you're in the morning or day, I hope you have a good day. And I will see you later. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.